Hello, 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 hello. And welcome once again to a Prog Reborn. I gotta do the C pose on here, mate. Bun boy looking a little too slutty. Welcome to a Prog Reborn, or really, let's play Dawntrail. I playthrough on my main of the Dawntrail MSQ and any other Dawntrail related stuff that I wanted to do on the stream. We are only 5 hours or so into the main story quest, sprinkled in with a bunch of other random stuff that I decided to do. We just made it to Urqopacha and got our first quest for Urqopacha in her bid to become the new Dawn Servant as part of the rite of succession. She needs to, because we are not allowed to participate, she needs to capture a wild alpaca. And that's what we're going to do with the Feet of Gold. I do have to make my way over there first. If you would like to know when I go live for these things, easiest and best way is to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. But you can also join the community Discord to get those go live notifications. ! Discord in chat will get you that a Prog Reborn invite. And obviously, we are in Dawntrail. This is going to be entirely spoilers. So, if for some reason you clicked on this thinking that this was going to be a Prog Reborn stream, it's not. We are in Dawntrail. So, if you're not comfortable with spoilers for Dawntrail, then I suggest you scoot on out of here and get to a point where you are. So, I do notice that we have a sightseeing log over here. Let me go do that real quick. I did switch back to my main server this morning. The queue was significantly better. Due to an abundance of reefs in Tuliolol's coastal waters, marine visitors are forced to anchor their ships out at sea and board smaller vessels to make safe landfall. The harbor's name is no idle promise, as even boats with shallow drafts can be caught on the rocks when the tide is low. Cool. You saw right there, one of the benefits of being back on the main server is now I can sell off some of the new materia that I was able to transmute. I ended up doing quite a bit of that materia transmuting just before I actually started the stream this morning. Cleared out a lot of my inventory as well. Two, 6, 994 here. 42499. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. Brum, bum, brum, bum, brum, bum, brum, bum. I think probably before we get started on there, do I want to check the portrait? Yeah. Save on there. Let me, what does this give me? Doesn't give me a ton. This one's not ready. But I do need... Oh, that's only 60. Maybe I wait. Wait till I get the leveling dungeon queue back. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so to Urqopacha. Let's make our way. Did also end up picking up my mountain zoo. Pretty night theme. Alrighty, talking to Erinville. Erinville wishes to discuss the feat of gold. As Urqopacha help demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? Proper saddle, infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we're a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle costs you the equivalent of 10 pel. The thousands call them. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. May it happen if we all pitch in? No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. In that case... a basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and I got confused with Alphino's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. Is it alright if I aid them now, yes? Guided the claimant toward the first step of this feat, like you asked. As long as Urqopacha goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you the saddle then. Third promise. I don't know why you made me your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargain. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Do the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tin the alpacas. Gladly. Although I think you should go with Urqopacha. You've seen your share of markets and bazaars over the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with him anyway. Better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us the idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Thinning alpacas, are we? I had some experience with that when I was younger. I have every confidence you'll come back with a saddle. I'd worry if it was just Urqopacha, but it sounds like Mablu knows a thing or two about trading. Just sold? Oh, it's crappy leather. Though, quite a bit of other stuff sold as well. Oh, I just talked to you, Alice. Turning 100 pel worth of wool into 10,000 pel into a 10,000 pel saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. Mablu hasn't given up, I see. Honestly, I think I want the chocobo mount. My old company chocobo. Because I really like this. I really like this outfit. So we got banking even on the ground with the chocobo. Pretty cool. This is the artisan who makes her taming saddles. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just through trading? Can I do something for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how you'll be paying for it. This basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on, hold on. Did you say third promise? The my offer's changed. The saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why'd you double the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoalja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Urqopacha. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future like the second promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokhoi ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. You weren't expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset. Nothing's changed. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the peace of Tuliola on the line. But neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. Let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Yeah, that's right. Hrothgar. Of course, the Weaver. Bolnook was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. This is where you met the Weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnook talked to us, he walked off to the south. He's probably going to that's an L, that's an I. Kuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Wachinpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't you on your way to Urqopacha? Can I have that basket, Tim? A basket of standard quality wool you received from Tobli, worth 1 pel in the hundreds column. Thanks, let's see if we can turn a profit. He had a voice, but I don't remember the voice. Well, Nook, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? But promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mescal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace and Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I'd prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace wins the throne. Thus, I do humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. That's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnook. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you couldn't double your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Im remembered our Weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. It's one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Ernver would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Is this gonna actually be something? Did 1 pel basket of Urqopacha. Cool. That'd be sick if that's some functionality that they add. We turned 100 pel into 500. No, it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one. They have a fabulous sense of style. The bottom. It's a nice sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. Only the people with a practical need would be interested. Wait, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? Look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for a supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. There's probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Sweaty. Okay, so that's carrying arms. You obviously have a poncho. If you're sweaty, then you probably don't need a poncho, so I'm gonna go with this one. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a merchant by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it's no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Turiolo, and was dressed quite smartly. All better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This will make a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. Be willing to part with it, if you make a trade. One of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate. Mate? I'm gonna say mate. And I thought to impress her with the tools I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. I'm glad to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the con type, right? The 500 will pelt for 1,000 pel hatchet. Well, poncho, not pelt. Take a look around here. Hot springs or the hot springs? I was a merchant peddling wares once upon a time, but I hurt my back carrying too many boxes that were just a little too heavy. I mostly serve as a guide to travelers passing through. We Pelu endeavor to make every trade an amicable one and spread happiness through our business. We'd be hard-pressed to find anyone dissatisfied after dealing with us. Merchant and mercenaries often stop here at Urqopacha's inn to lay their heads before traveling elsewhere. Always recommend they spend a day at Urqopacha retreat. Hot springs do wonder for my back. If you're planning to stay at the end, you must simply try it. Here we go again, riding alpacas. Well done recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. Mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. You've been doing so well, even Tobli will have to agree. Urqopacha steals yourself for the ride to find your next trading partner. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. If I'm going to catch a wild alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tame ones. Not that I'm scared of them, if you understand. Or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. So it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit. They'll be fine, these ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. Ooh, need to get those. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we probably would have never become traveling merchants. I missed the rest of that. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. I wish I could see it. Urqopacha, was that its name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Urqopacha. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just not sure I have a talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then I'll be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We've made it without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Urqopacha's inn. God, I can't pronounce that. So we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. And perhaps you understand, I was orphaned too. See? Tobli took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Urqopacha's way with the people. Add to that Urqopacha's way with the people. Okay, cool. and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. Before we do that, I want to go and some of these hunting logs. Question mark number of needles. Boom, 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 boom. One more of these. Past the other mark in this area. Silver Lobos. There's a B rank. There we are. Oh wait, no, those aren't them. The Silver Lobos. Maybe they're up here. There we are. Only need one of those. Okay. So we're done there. Oh. Things in Kazamauka. You have that little axe for me? A finely crafted hatchet you received in trade for Urqopacha, with 1 pel in the thousands column. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Oh well, the third promise. I may be convinced to entertain your proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I'll offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. Still bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. I miss the window for demand. In that case, you have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. Generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worth consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Urqopacha. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. Would we? How about this then? If we're to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? Matter of fact, I would. Until Koano's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. And then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Him and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then. And mind you, pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Splendid. Go ahead and drink in the verdant vista from my beautiful mate garden. Oh, like the drink, the yerba mate or whatever. Is that how it's pronounced? I want to double check. Yerba pronunciation. It is mate. Go. I don't think I've ever had it, but I see it at the local coffee shop. Did you see how Urqopacha came to my rescue there? She really is good with people. Gorply. I wasn't sure if Meeplu would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. Grab me some leaves then. A sizable pile of freshly harvested mate leaves. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you for the promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Must have an honor in mind after adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet. We're to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate brought at the shop. One sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel on the thousands column. We can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All best with the rest of your harvest. Blue, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobley has done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobley to accept my decision then? You mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tuarl's peace and become Dawn's servant, and becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better I find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. First, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel. No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I'll make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoalja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Urqopacha of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Rum bum 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 bum. Been wanting to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Urqopacha has an eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Ready then, our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. "94 yalms to the northwest." There it is. They're already flying. Here. 12 to the east. To the northeast. Blue's Coffee Grounds. Oh, did I just miss it? Is there a bridge here? Probably is. Let me go back up. It's even further above me. Can I get up over here? Come on. Come on. Damn it. Alright, I gotta go back around again. B74 directly south. I wonder if that's on the other side of the ridge. I'm guessing it's on this side. Hoping it's on this side. It is. Boom, 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 boom. Right, that one's gonna be out of the range. Boom, 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 boom. to see it from here. There it is. That's going to be on the other side. Others. This area. There's some to the north. Let's do the quest first, though. Oof. The smell of mescal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of his craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're going to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. It's asking around and taking in the gossip. We could talk to the people here in the Distillery M. Perhaps Urqopacha could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Me, I'm a chef from Tuliolol. Often come here to buy Gobley's mescal, the finest in Tyrol according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. Take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. Be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where he gathers ingredients for the mescal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. Deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Urqopacha. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Nestled in between the mountains, the dwellings of this village are noticeably scaled down to accommodate the smaller size of its inhabitants. It is here that the peddler clan of Pelu Pelu manufacture their trading goods, such as coffee and mescal, as well as maintain a ranch for the breeding and training of alpacas. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? What's this about? Keep it brief if you would, I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. Must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer you a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal. Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Monsters in the agave fields. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing, okay? Hubigo's Chief's distaste of strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hubigo Chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate leaves, for instance. And brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, a sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. The contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. Your mezcal will be served there, would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It'd be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared. First impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk up to Volk Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime, simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with an express thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolo. As a supporter of Urqopacha and keen observer of palace politics, he would doubtlessly be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. Certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I would like to take full advantage. Skills aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in agave jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I'd be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and him and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pin an introductory letter to Bull Nook. The fields you're looking for are just north of Watching Pillow. Be safe. Boom, 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 boom. Northeast. That should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Agave Jaws, how can we have service? Oh, many things. I examine the soil and weather to ensure our agave grows in the best conditions possible, deciding the pace at which they are cultivated and determine how many are prepared for distillation. Nothing pleases me more than when someone takes an interest in the farm. My colleagues and I spend all day looking after agaves. I suppose it just feels nice when our hard work is appreciated. Why it's an agave farm, of course. We collect their sap and distill it to make mescal. As for the farm's namesake, well, just look at how neatly we have the plants lined up. Doesn't the view remind you of a wild beast's gaping maw? Or not that I've seen one up close. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. I think we are... yeah, we've made it past our daily reset, so I can queue up. Same one we got before. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. The double Picto group was significantly faster than this. Unless I don't remember even seeing a second Lunar Nail cast. Cool. Still nothing new on the Wondrous Tale, though. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. A large sack of premium mate leaves you received in trade for a fine hatchet and an investment in flavor, with 5 pel in the thousands column. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Goblin. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnook, as agreed. The deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You're the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. Look forward to doing business with you in the future. Ooh, it's snowing. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Boom. Master Gobley's praise made me confident I can be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. If you have a need for more mezcal, you know who to come to. Diplomat is ready to return to Havli. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not that far. Just need to head across the plaza. Third promise looks ready to trade the mezcal now. My price is final. Bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. A high quality jug of mezcal you received in trade for premium mate leaves, an introductory letter, and the swift culling of hostile pests, with 10 pel in the thousands column. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Second. Need that. Just making a real quick meme. Get your tools ready, settler. We brought your precious mescal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? You had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but zoologia, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. Trade is fair. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it. The saddle is ours. I think we started out with only a 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Blue, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. Makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Cool. So that was the third promise. She's not the spoiled and tested daughter I was expecting. Another one to the northeast. Let's go do that first before I do this quest. There you are. Okay, I think that one is on the other side here. I think we're clear of all the aether currents in this top half, other than maybe quest currents. Tell them the good news. Not you. Because everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive. Made the mistake of startling one and got a glob of spittle for my trouble. Beginning to understand Urqopacha's aversion to the animals. I forgot to look at the corral. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off and catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit. He was completely accepting of Urqopacha's touch. That's because the singular scent with which this saddle has been coated, I just find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You only now noticing that? Zoralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Urqopacha. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Thrall can remain at peace. Everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. Unite as one, the people must be taught. Must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they've basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, regard war not as tragedy, but as opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. It is true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Guru Jaja did not elevate the Mamusha, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Koana. Like we're not even family. Zoalja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace. But should he achieve this peace, then what? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild. And this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. The golden alpaca in the flesh. Unlike the golden city, I thought them a children's tale. I can never agree with Zoalja. I want Tuliyollal to be a land of peace, now and always. I'll ponder Zoalja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it. So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Urqopacha is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Urqopacha off on her hunt. I think before we do that, I need some breakfast. So I'm going to take 5 to 10, eat some breakfast. I'll leave you with the views and the sounds of watching Pello. I take a sip of some mezcal. Be right back. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Definitely needed that food. Let's make our way over to these plains. Here, I guess I can take this way. Boom, 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 boom. How deep do you think the valley is? A glance over the edge on the way here. It's just too thick to even speculate. I never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Urqopacha is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Oh, is this our first dungeon? Zoalja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Urqopacha is out of the running. She can do this. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Urqopacha know we're cheering for her. I can do this. I know I can.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Urqopacha is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Bum, 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 ba-da-bum. We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Urqopacha was able to catch Urqopacha. And Erenville, choosing to share his story, was a welcome surprise. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. This to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again. Maybe even walk. Urqopacha had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Urqopacha is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. All this is pretty cheap. Got to 9-1. Knowing the Pelu Pelu, Alu is minded to rush ahead to the village. Urqopacha still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after he spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. Somebody's saying they spotted an A rank. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. I came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea, then Urqopacha can't be that far behind. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. Grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kinda fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished with a feat of gold, have you? This is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoalja did. I'd be surprised if you had golden alpaca or born once every few decades. They're elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Urqopacha himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolol, in a time when the mountain giants, the Urqopacha, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Urqopacha, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. The crowd. Got a bun boy. Is that supposed to be Galuf right here? I think that's a Rogadin. Got a Hrothgar, a Hanuhanu, a Moblin. Our People were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Urqopacha in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Urqopacha showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Urqopacha ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu from the Urqopacha's subjugation. He then turned an aspiring eye upon our riders and proposed we take the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Urqopacha transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. Saga is not so detailed. And you may not know that Urqopacha sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands, lest he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and father caught the rarest of creatures. An ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, but you also made many trades and brought joy to many peoples in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. So this is what they look like. Go on, sit on the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. Well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. Might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Urqopacha. You gave me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. This is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, and never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. I suggest you talk to the Urqopacha. They once ruled over far more than just Urqopacha and the Pelupelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yggdrasil and all of its people. During that era, the Pelupelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, then what could the Urqopacha have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. Lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Is it a clear day? It's a clear day, so we do get to see Urqopacha. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask since we finished with the feat. Where'd you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yggdrasil around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try and find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Toriolo and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoralj's supporters talk. They might seek opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. As I've grown to love Urqopacha, everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. As expected from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zoraljal will not be easy. The Urqopacha once ruled the entirety of Yggdrasil. I'm curious as to what has become of him. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. Four-legged troubles aside, Urqopacha completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. It feels good to have the feat of gold safely under our belt. Even my victory pales beside Zoraljal and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me. The gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers. Be a promise that people respect. which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Ixbol. The contest has hardly begun. Hey, alright. So, let's do some these Aether Current quests. Hopefully he's rubbing his hands together. Hey, I recognize you. You're M, yes? I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. The name's Nopley, and I have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could grant your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They're extracted from remote regions of Eorzea. Shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low price of 1 pel in the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise. Not even worth a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange, these are precious crystals, are they not? Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, they're also highly volatile. In the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which is to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would even bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned any word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him. I've never seen crystals of their like. You blame me? But if they really have no use... Have I, hopefully the lucky, been swindled? Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't robbed me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Em? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you have no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. Willing to help then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tural. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible. Finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Buniwa tribe. Upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Alrighty. Sword wielding guard. Bow bearing guard. Staff bearing guard. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, they're little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you're right, the crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I have lost, but there's still one thing I can do. I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come and see me again. I must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. We'll worry about continuing that quest line later when I come back and wrap up all the side quests. The flustered merchant appears desperate for help, a traveler to the rescue. Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamulja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. No sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I do not like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Yukek and save him. I can hardly believe my eyes. I filled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed that such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. Figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go ahead and let her know I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Completely forgot about eating food. I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamulja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but the young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tale that some Mamulja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems young hopefuls gather experience here in Tural as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We'll have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. So now there's a independent merchant or something over here. See, you got any food on you? Purchase items? No, you don't. But we're heading back to Poliolol. So I should set this as my home. Mender, independent mercher, dimstone trader. Supplier, what about you? Hunt vendor. Painter Vocate. Battlecraft, Tradecraft. Independent Merchant. We already saw that there was nothing there. Maybe all the way over in Wachimeki. It's a script exchange. We're over here near Summoning Bell. Let's go ahead and requeue these folks up. The second one, 49898. $4986. Hold on to any of the battle versions. Have. I don't know where food is here. Let's just run back to Van Land and pick up some eggs. Hot watch. And guess who I need? Alrighty, back to Tuliolo. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march towards Kozama-uka. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what our patient Hanu friend has to say. Come on, Im. Let's see what's waiting for us in the next village. Urqopacha could have struggled to complete these feats alone. Bringing you together was the correct choice, it seems. With one keystone already in hand, we've made an auspicious start to the contest. Hopefully our next attempt is equally successful. The rules of the contest seem clear enough now. The scenes from the saga point us in the direction of the electors, and the electors award us keystones for performing their feats. Simple. Without knowing how far the other claimants have progressed, taking anything other than a brief rest is out of the question. The helpful Hanu is waiting to answer your questions to Kozama-uka. I've been quite content waiting here, dining on the third promise's coin, but it seems you're ready to ask your questions now. So, what is it you'd like to know? The route to Okhanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kozama-uka River. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by the storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozama-uka, we should head over to the Arch. Ding, ding, ding. The Hanu are friendly folk and should welcome us with open arms. Assuming they're not too preoccupied with recent troubles, that is. Through this gate, and we'll be on our way south to Kozama-uka. I swear that the gate gets bigger every time I see it. Considering the size of Urqopacha, though, I suppose it's better than having it be too small. I should have liked to observe the festival, but the Hanu are probably not in the mood to celebrate. Are we ready to leave? Then onward to Gozama-uka. Open the way.
Gozama-uka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Urqopacha, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
Water? I'm British.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
I love to stand at the bottom of those huge waterfalls and bask in the majesty of it all. But they're so far away. Wetlands is an apt name. Much of the ground here is positively saturated. There's no stopping the third promise, is there? Good thing she has Arenville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Give me 1 second. I need to turn my AC up. Had this thought many a time before, but I wonder what people consider when you say turn it up to mean. Do they think you mean increase the temperature or increase the output, therefore lowering the temperature? To me, I meant increase the temperature. It is far too cold. So this is the Hanu village. One can tell at a glance how very different their culture is to the Vanus. Assuming we have the right idea, one of the Dawn servants electors should be here somewhere. Oh, stupid distracting waterfalls. The water from the falls must flood the wetlands and flow into all these rivers and streams. Everyone has arrived. None the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyways, this is Hanu village. Telling you about Urqopacha. Cool. Urqopacha wishes to seek out the Dawn servant selector. Nice pop-in, nice pop-in. Like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Urqopacha. Urqopacha? Yeah, I think so. What now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here? Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Urqopacha. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to tell you that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Right then. Help to do some investigating and watch your pillow. So let's take a look around and here as well. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Arenville, Alizé, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Urqopacha, Im, and myself will handle this northern half. Sounds good to me. Boom, 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 boom. Not a ton here at the moment. We gotta do the shared fates too. Get up. To expand the options, I should say. Gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. You heard about the storm? Never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn servants sent, we're making progress in repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not in their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Boom, 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 boom. Dry and sunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. Some manner of boat. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. Beak and feathered tail, in particular, stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds as I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Hello? Can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. They're in the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Urqopacha. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use. What of Little Miss Mittens? You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running. Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Urqopacha so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Damn it, I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Cool. Interesting that Koana, at least as we see it, does not have any folks with him. I suspect we'll find out who's with him eventually. This kind of feat is tailor-made for a rational, educated scholar like Koana. I understand not wanting to fall behind, but rushing ahead risks playing into your opponent's hands. Don't do anything reckless and think matters through. Not that I intend to gratify him with a response, but Urqopacha's provocations are hard to ignore. So the Hanu will also eat the reeds, in another way in which they differ from the Vanu. Urqopacha is eager to solve the Hanu's woes. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's one way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Urqopacha eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Erenville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. Boom, 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 boom. And there I thought these feats would have us battling dire fiends or similar. Agriculture is a far thornier problem. I see. They irrigate these fields by diverting water from the neighboring river. Unlikely the reeds will ever dry out. Look at these fields. Why, this could be a painting. I know she wants to do her best, but she should be careful not to make promises she cannot keep. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. As I know how he described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. So on the patties, as is one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Be over there. Sooner rather than later. Oh, a water strider. A bit sluggish, though. More of a water shambler. Not amiss with the patties themselves, as far as I can tell. Any luck? Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. Frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. You were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless. I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal. But without it, the Hanu are struggling ever more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Urqopacha's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. In that big building to the north. Let's go and see it. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Alright, let's go find this thing. East. North. There it is. Southeast. Might be on the other side of this river here. Can cross it. Interesting. Southeast, there it is. Revolver Ocelot. Northeast. It's pier here. Yep. the jump. Somebody's doing that fight there. Cool. Southwest. Okay. Here. Well, it's super far. Let's go back to Okanu. Look at the size of that thing. Hope they don't expect me to help carry it. The handles gave me pause before, but now I understand their purpose. I have never been here during the festival season. This is all new to me too. What a charming float. I wonder what bird was the inspiration for its design. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? You should take a closer look. Missing an eye. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seem to be missing a gemstone. Feathers. Oh, sure. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter last time I saw them. Oh, that's definitely broken. Or they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact. Well, I think we can all agree This bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What's going on here? We're admiring your festival float. It's a shame it's in such a poor state due to the recent storm, I gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. The float in its condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no Hana. I'll say Hana. No Hana. Hana. That's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs. You want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role as festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. We don't have enough materials to repair the float. We need a box Abokeisha for the missing eye. Uyipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Abokeisha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment. In Uyipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however, the winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather from the furthest using wind magics. That's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We're soon exhausted by the effort and have no reeds to eat. Having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. Pray continue, Alphino. I imagine you've already reached the same conclusion, but I believe this boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try. It is a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies. These all have been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. A float? A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would have been no reason to change it. When the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who perform the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes. I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I'll introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. Replaced both the eyes and poles before, so you should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okhanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine, after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu. And certainly, let's all go together. We're making progress now. The solution to Okhanu's woes is as good as found. To find myself working alongside the third promise herself is unexpected, to say the least. Thanks to Urqopacha, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there's something to be said for following one's instincts. I wonder what manner of shipwright repairs reed-woven boats. Linuhanu wishes to take you to the shipwright. The shipwright's name is Urqevu. He's an Ixbrawl who only moved to Kozama-uka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We don't want to offend him right before asking for a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekbi, to the east of here. Boom, 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 boom. Mata. Oh, it seems they have a place here for where visitors can stay. Looks cozy. Look over there. You see the big winding staircase? This is Okbekbi, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozama-uka from Tuliolol and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Urqevu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. We are hoping to enlist this man's aid. His pays not to be rude in any case. I should mention that Urqopacha isn't only a stickler for etiquette. He's also... well, you'll find out soon enough. Urqopacha Urqopacha. Urqopacha.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Urqopacha.
Urqopacha. Good. You brought your manners with you. When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Urqopacha. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Urqopacha. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
All right then, consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Urqopacha and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Uyuipo. Uyuipo.
We can leave the Urqopacha to your friends, I presume? Take
Urqopacha.
yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts. And you
Kikitola.
should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Alrighty. A rather eccentric fellow, but I feel his heart is in the right place. Cave Kikitola is to the southwest of Volcano. Return to the village first and then head there on foot. What is it saying? There. Southwest of here, was it? Let's be on our way. Rhino beetle. Just looking for a couple more. What is this? Is this an A-rank? Look, you can see the falls at the back of the cave. These hollows must have been carved out by a constant deluge of water from above. Cave Kikitola, as promised, home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident. I'll conduct my own search out here. You can spot raw Urqopacha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching the description to me. I shall scour the inside of the cave then. You take the west half and I'll take the east. Perfect one. Oh. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Do you have any better luck inside the cave? Green glowing rock containing what appears to be Urqopacha. Yes, this is Urqopacha. Along with Kryle's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. You would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader this year's Ihihana. When the storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That's why you agreed to Urqopacha's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me. I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured, we have taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let's return and deliver the Urqopacha to Urqopacha's waiting hands. Boom, ba-ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Maybe up there. It's another A rank. No. Interesting looking crocodile though. There it is. No need to go all the way up. magical pelican. Go looking for these. Curious. Urqopacha. I think we've seen Urqopacha. Yeah, it's up there. I don't know if I've seen the Imperious. There's the Imperious. So it's actually behind me. Though I wonder if we can get up there right now. Maybe a slot up this way or even over here. Not this way. Seems like we can go this way, though. Maybe. Might not be something we can do right now. Seems like that person turned around as well. I hear these things. That's good. This thing is over here, and I don't know a good way to get up top. Boom, 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 boom. I hope Urqopacha's foray was as productive as ours. We just got back ourselves. Did you find the stone we needed? Come too far to stop now. The lifting of winds must go on. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Urqopacha. What about the Urqopacha? Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plans, the result should be spectacular. Now to get to work crafting these pieces for the float, I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Urqopacha's conductivity. And I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Urqopacha. I'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. I'm excited to see how Urqopacha turns out. The final touches are fairly routine, shouldn't take long. Go ahead and wait by the float. Checking Discord real quick. Gathering the Urqopacha was a trial in and of itself. At first, Urqopacha criticized everything I did. He suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and I must punish myself." He proceeded to slam his head into an Urqopacha tree. I told him not to worry about it. Again. And I was just like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles in the new eye. And we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. With their mountain zoo. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Oh. Over there by the float. That's the third promise. The rumors are true. He's trying to complete the Festival of Reeds by reviving Urqopacha. Put on my glasses. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but she honestly believes that it'll be enough to save our harvest. The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Urqopacha altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count out Koana. To count Koana out. There we go. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like Urqopacha. A look at the reeds was all he needed to think of a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I'm a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements, crafted by Urqopacha. That's all that's left is to attach them. Evu. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh? Who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus I nominate you, Urqopacha, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. In weigh anchor. I hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I'd be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Urqopacha. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozan-Uaki. I'm guessing that's what we're saying. Kozan-Uaki, where the sacred likeness of Keisha Ihi is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Urqopacha's finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Urqopacha with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That'll lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. And we shall see to clearing it end to end. The degree to which Urqopacha pursues his interests is remarkable. Apparently, his studies of the Kozan-Uaki region were so invigorating that he decided to move here and immerse himself in the culture. If the float functions as I think it does, I won't be surprised if it were attracting the creatures. The concentration of aether would be an irresistible lure. Weapons at the ready. We'll make short work of this task. As Linuhanu said, Kozanuaki should be down this way, and off to the east when the path branches. Something about bridges in the stride of the sun? Anyway, let's sped up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kishaihi. Uyub. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I really love the battle theme here. Ah, this one's down. Southwest again, probably putting it over here somewhere. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum. Now this is my kind of busy work. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kishaihi, the Hanu deity of the harvest. Secret images woven with reeds. Reminds you of something I saw in Academia at Nighter. I've expected a flying whale. A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyway, it said that Kishaihi here was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent. Mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating. But shouldn't we be getting back to Linu Hanu? I want to know that the path is safe for the procession. Right. I need to ride the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Okhanu, is that one dude gonna attempt to get in the float himself? Or do something here?
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Urqopacha and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Urqopacha!
Everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh?
two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
I'm glad we kept the float out of Bakul Jaja's clutches, but gods, he brushed me aside like I was a bothersome gnat. Given the nature of the rite of succession, I expect such altercations are inevitable. I'm thankful we made it back before anyone was seriously injured. He waited for us to leave so he could steal the float. A coward and a thief. I've learned one thing in my life. It's that poor manners often betray poor character. A tense encounter. I'm thankful Alpha now thought to share those link barrels. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, may as well not have been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and brought us time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. These have a no on the shop selling price, so yeah, we'll pick up a pumpkin orange. Urqopacha wishes to spread word that the festival will soon be held, following the Hanu Hanu. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth and do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Ohokaili. Ohokali. That's what it is. Ohokali. Ohokali. Festival's about to begin. Expect me to say. Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up after the storm's aftermath may have been hard for us all. But the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. So much has been taken from us. Why even try? Ohokali. What? The float is fixed. Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Do I bank? No, when walking I do not bank. Okay. Without Ihana, my life feels so empty. There we go. Oh, Kali. Thank you for letting me know. We'd very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. Bum 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 bum. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festivals are going ahead, I imagine. That as well, once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Urqopacha, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Kozanuaki. I was close. I was close.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
I told you, didn't I? Spectacular. Even deprived of their usual sustenance, the Hanu seemed invigorated the moment the festival began. Ihihana is truly magical. I wasn't sure what to expect, but the festival was admittedly impressive. Was too quick to dismiss the idea that the float had arcane properties. I think I wanted to believe that no one knew more about Ihihana than me. As it turns out, there are many things I have yet to learn. With their fields rejuvenated, the Hanu too might finally replenish their flagging reserves of ether. Like to take a turn riding the float? What? It looked fun. Don't pretend the thought didn't cross your mind. Where do you talk to you? Did I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognized the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Urqopacha. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Five more to go.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Alrighty. Where has Bakul Jaja gone? I wonder. What does follower mean by their other prospect? I'm curious as to who these archons the second promise mentioned could possibly be. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones. So far, so good. Well, Koana seems a decent sort. He strikes me as a man who likes to keep others at a distance. My journey has just started, and already I've met so many wonderful people. Ukevu, for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he. And Linuhanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to... Before I do that, I've got some ether quests to deal with. Anu Hanu wishes to share Okanu's customs with new visitors. You're Urqopacha's companion, aren't you? Kisha Ihi smiled upon me. I hoped the great bird would guide one of the villagers' saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kisha Ihi. Abo Kisha Ihi. It's a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You will join us then? Well, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so ripe they've fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanu Hali at the shrine. I'm guessing the Lees are female. The news are male. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Seeing as it doesn't seem like we can get across from down, we do see that there's an entrance to this half from Urqopacha. I guess is like Urqopacha. something where we have to come back later. Much like in Walker, where you only had a 1/2 of... Well, a half is not the right word. One portion of Labyrinthos and Thavnir that you could access at the start, and then you're going to come back to them later. Somebody clearing out this fate over here so we can get there in time. Cool. Anuaki. Anuaki. The Zanuaki, a reed-woven statue of the Hano deity Kisha-Ihi, is ensconced here in this place of worship. The shrine is believed to stand on sacred ground, a holy dry land blessed by the sun's rays and the otherwise swampy terrain. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Ripe bluish fruit is said to be a favorite of Kisha-Ihi. Kisha-Ihi will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest, you're the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, Kisha-Ihi is doubtlessly overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to Anu Hanu. The ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Anything up here? Any lookouts or anything like that? This is where the elder is. Welcome back. Was Lanuhali impressed with your offering? The smell emanating from the sack indicates that Kisha-Ihi's blessing is powerful indeed. Yes, I can feel Kisha-Ihi's grace emanating from these. Thus the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamored to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered to Kisha-Ihi becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Though you've traveled far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings of Kisha-Ihi sweep ill fortune from your path. boom, 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 boom. Rite of the Winds Chosen. Lanuhanu needs help performing an honored tradition. Dang it. Ohokali M. Of course, I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Urqopacha's companions? Not to mention your friends. Can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I'm Lanuhanu, and I have the honor of being the Winds Chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festival float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It's customary among the Winds Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering. But there are much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'll be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahan Shi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. You're looking for me? You're not a Hanu, unless you're molting something awful. That's the way of it. Well, now you found me. Suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts. You know, these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this city done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanuhanu then. We found him, now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest welcomes to Nahanshi. As the Winds Chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes? And come with me to the center of Okhanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. What a load of... Perhaps you've seen this sight, perhaps not. Either way, feast your eyes upon Okhanu. Take it all in. This is Okhanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wooden reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame. If they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okhanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well. And when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. Here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okhanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came, the feathers of the wind's chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of Kisha-Ihi, the great bird revered by all Hanu-Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that makes the shoulders appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. Without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gates to the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. Went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, then? I'd like to hear your opinion of Nahanshi. Most motivated person. He doesn't really want to be here. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift. We're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate. And while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. Bum, 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 bum. The feathers we send the Landsguard are for decorative purposes, since they can lay untouched for quite some time and aren't fit for use on the float. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu-Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get it over with. Cool, cool, cool. Back to Tuliolo. We're supposed to go back to this restaurant over here. When Urqopacha declared her intention to save the festival, I feared where it would lead us. I'm glad to see my concerns were unfounded. Traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. See me now. The Hanu festival must be as central to their traditions as the Sundrop dance is to the Vanu. I've not forgotten our obligations to Urqopacha, but it's moments like these, when we can immerse ourselves in the cultures of others, that fill me with anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us. I noticed Zoral Ja was not at the Hanu village. In a contest like this one, there's only a matter of time until all the claimants are pitted against each other in direct competition. I pray we don't cross paths with Bakul Jaja at the next feat. Even if we do, we've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. Look at this. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. We've been streaming for about 5 hours. I'm going to take a break, get some lunch, stretch, do something else for just a little bit. But I definitely will be on again later. I would like to get to the next trial, though I don't know how long that's actually going to be. I say next trial, to the first trial. But I don't know how long that's going to end up being. I think we're pretty close to the first dungeon, if I'm sort of weighing where we are compared to Endwalker. We definitely got quite a ways to go. But yeah, I definitely need some food in me. Need a little bit of a break, need a little bit of a stretch, a little bit longer than the 10 minutes that I've been taking so far. So we're gonna call it here, and I'll hop on again later in the day. Sit on down. Thank you so much for watching. If you don't mind leaving a like on your way out, I'd be greatly appreciative. As always, if you want to know the next time that I go live, you can subscribe to the channel or join the community Discord. !Discord gets you that invite link. You can also find that link in the video description below. If you're watching if this is the first time that you've seen this channel, you've just been watching the Let's Play Dawntrail stuff, this is mostly a channel for my Prog Reborn streams, which are about going through the old content on a patch-by-patch basis. If you'd like to know more about that, you can always type in !intro into the chat to get that video link to the explanation of what a progression style playthrough is. Or you can find that link as well in the video description below, as well as my thoughts on both patch 2.0 and 2.1 so far. But yeah, we're gonna continue doing what we're doing, and but after a bit of a break. So I will see you next time I stream, which will be probably later today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.